How about now? There we go. Okay. So aside from usual technological issues, uh, can everybody hear the music? Hopefully, because I seem kind of quiet now. Well, we made it. Another weekend here. Uh, Stream manager does not want to work. There we are. It's just the videos frozen. Oh, no, now we're good. Okay. Actually got a lot of hobbing done this week. Wish I was louder. I'm gonna restart my audio one more time. No, same. It's so strange how this audio works. Because according to all my settings, the audio is the same as always, but sometimes it's louder in my headphones, sometimes it's quieter. Very frustrating, but whatever. We will carry on. So yeah. Weekend. I'm already getting distracted. Yeah, I got a good amount of hobbying done this week. Also did a good amount of prep for my stream. Got myself a Elgato Stream Deck XL, which allows me to do some really cool, quick things instead of having to try to figure out where my mouse pointer is. So I got that all set up. I think I got all of my stream alerts fixed. We'll find out throughout the chat or throughout the stream. So we are coming to a close of May. I'm still working on Star Wars minis for Legion. Got a whole bunch here in front of me. Not fully sure what I'll be working on throughout the stream. Might be these battle droids, super battle droids, and droidicas. But yeah. Hopefully everyone's week went well, and now we have made it to the weekend, and let's get to hobbying. And with the press of a button, we are there. Yeah, that is kind of nice. Got a few different things. So not sure. Did a lot of messing with my camera settings here. I'm kind of feeling that this closer look is the better view. I changed how the sorry, words are tough. Oh, I changed the port to plug this camera directly into my laptop instead of into the hub. So hopefully that improves some of the quality settings. But I've also had it higher, and I'm hoping that this helps with the focus and the zoom. So I've got 4 droidicas, and I've got 7 of these super battle droids. So the super battle droids, I'm just using that one step. Did similar to the clone troopers where I primed these. Actually, I left these a dark gray. I think it's Monument Hobby's dark neutral gray. And then I dry brushed the first 2 that I did, which these are essentially done. I got a little sloppy with the dry brush, and so you can see the streaking on the chest. Which I fixed a little bit by adding more of the one-step graphite gray, which is what I threw over it. And then you can kind of see, here, let's, ooh, look at that. So you can see the little red there, and you can see the little red on his eyes, but it's so hard to see. I might drop a tiny little bit of, like a red-orange, even though that's such a small area, maybe on the top of it, just to make it pop a little bit. But now I've got, let's zoom back out, look at that. We'll see how well this works, because I already know my challenges. I'm going to be painting here, I'm going to be painting here, that, you know. Oops. I got to remember, I also installed a little tray under my desk for my keyboard, so I can't pull my chair in as far now. So yeah, it's going to be a little difficult to remember to paint in the camera. That's why I lifted the camera up in the first place, but I feel like I'm losing too much of the focus. It's getting harder and harder. So I started doing the same thing with this Droideka. And you see I've got 3 more over here. Oh, it is auto-zooming. I don't want it to do that. Why is it doing that? See, that is not supposed to do that. Auto with zoom, auto without zoom. Okay, that's why. So, story time. I got this Razer Kiyo V2, I don't know, half a year ago. I don't remember when. And it comes with this Camo Studio software, which is really cool. It has all this magical AI features that sort of don't work. But it's a nice software, very nice camera. Sometimes I feel that it doesn't do everything it says it's supposed to. So now let's make sure all of my, oh yeah. Okay. That's a beautiful thing right there. So when I got this Elgato Stream Deck, my whole thing was, I even searched it up before, so I don't know how I missed this, was does it connect to Camo, the Camo Studios? And it was like, yeah, of course. It does not. It connects to Camo Studio for the iPad, which doesn't help me at all. Because I wanted to be able to, at the press of a button on the Stream Deck, zoom in and zoom out. And so that was super frustrating when I got it, and then tried to find the plugin, and there was none, and it was like, this is... Like, even though I can change my scenes from here, I can mess with Spotify, I was ready to just return it. Like, this is stupid. So I found a workaround. When I'm using Camo Studios, I've got a scene or a source in the in OBS that pulls from Camo Studios, and nothing else can use the camera then. But I found that even though, like when I pull up Razer Synapse, it won't pull the camera, but it can still change settings in the camera. And there are 5 presets that you can assign to zoom. And so I was able to do that, assign hotkeys to them, and assign those hotkeys to my Stream Deck here. And so I am now able to, in a very roundabout way, control the zoom on my camera. So I feel very, very proud of myself. Very. Um, so back to what I was saying before I went off on that tangent. My goal with these is to use the graphite gray on everything except for these plates. And you can see I already had applied the graphite gray on this plate before I realized, and the bottom. So I repainted those with the dark neutral gray and did a real quick light dry brush. And I'm going to attempt to use mahogany with the One Step Special Sauce Medium and apply it on there, and hopefully that gives the look of the Droidicas, which are it's almost like a bronzish color on that outside armor plate. So that is my plan. As for the super battle droids, I just need to paint that little red dot paint a little bit on their eyes. It's funny looking at everyone's artwork that they've done for these. No one ever paints the eyes on these. Probably because you can't really see it. But after doing this, I felt like that's not enough work. I felt lazy, so I needed to do more. So they're getting red dots. And you can see the red dots in, like in the Clone Wars TV series. And it looks really good, so. Pending where we get with those. This was actually the first clone trooper that I did. Yeah, we still got a little bit of a glare, but or some weirdness. The white on the camera, you can see how it's kind of, it's still funny. I gotta work on that. He is done, except he's not supposed to just be a standard clone trooper. He's part of Clone Commander's little force. I don't remember what his number is. You know, what clone command, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So he needs the orange stripes on his thing, and then I've got this one being Clone Commander Cody, and this being another guy in his regiment. The set comes with Clone Commander Cody and 2 clones. It's weird. He has the man, words are tough. What is it? Phase 2 or Stage 2 clone armor. And this one's Phase or Stage 1. I think it's Phase. Those will be real quick to paint up. Honestly, their base will take more because I haven't figured what I'm going to do with the B1 battle droids, and he's stepping on one, and the other guy's stepping on one as well. But painting the armor is real quick. So I might get to those, but I also got, and this will be where I'm going to have to pull that camera view out, is the TX whatever Saber tank. I reprimed it a bright neutral gray, and so I want to highlight a bunch of the areas with just white, and then put probably red striping. I may change that to blue striping. All the box art and everyone else made red, so I may say, I want to be different and do blue. We'll see. Time will tell. And we'll see if I get to that. Or if I stay on task. Oh. Yeah, I gotta remember that too, because having that little keyboard thing under my desk, I keep bumping it as well. It's going to take some getting used to. I just got it this week. I'm running out of hobby space, so I'm trying to find things I can move or make more efficient, and putting my keyboard and even the mouse under there will help. Which I can move my mouse under there right now. It's not a perfect setup, but at least it allows me to hide some of that stuff. And now that I can control with my little Stream Deck here, we're good. We're golden. Okay. So this is still got a little bit in it, although most of it is dried. But I'm just gonna pour this graphite gray. And then I'll just set this like that to keep it from moving. I've got a ton of these little Jello shot cups, and those are gonna be get a feeling they're gonna be very well used. So I was really planning on streaming yesterday. I had every intention. I figured as soon as Adventure Built Gaming was done with his stream, I would jump on. Then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I started messing with alerts, and I had all my alerts set in Stream Elements. Although now I hear that Stream Elements is not going to go out of business. They're trying to find funding. But that's all right. I've already converted everything out of Stream Elements. And I may look into some other moderation. Like I know a lot of people use Nightbot. So I may use that for some of the like auto chat type stuff. Because I had things talking about my my physical 3D print store on Etsy. Stuff, but I was definitely not using it to its potential. You know, I didn't have a lot of the chat commands. You know, things like the lurking and socials. Because I know there were people that would come in to use those things. You leaving? I mean, you know, there were people that, that would come in and try to use commands that are pretty common in Stream Elements, and of course they don't work in my stream because I never had it set up. But I think you can set those up with other other than Stream Elements. So I'll do some exploring. Today might be a little bit of a longer stream than usual. Haven't fully decided. I did make the realization that we are 2 days from today and tomorrow, and then it is June. Which is only a problem because although I have entered my barely playing phase. I still like to do all of the trading post activities in World of Warcraft. Plus, I feel like there's another big content patch coming out in like a week or two. I haven't been paying attention, but yeah, I got pretty heavy when Midnight launched. But as with most, World of Warcraft, it's still essentially the only video game I play. I get made fun of for that, but I don't care. I'm a one-trick pony. A new expansion launches, I get pretty heavy into it, and I really loved this expansion. But then you get into that place where now it's just running your weekly stuff, your daily stuff, and I get real bored real fast. And then, for me, I go through phases where suddenly I'm kind of, like, especially the first part of this year, the first few months, I had a hard time getting back into painting. And then March hit, Midnight launched for World of Warcraft, and I just did not get a lot of hobbying done. And the worst thing is I wanted to, I just had a hard time. Hard time getting back in. But then I get into that mode where I catch the bug again. And I always like to take advantage of that when I have that. I've got a backlog right now for my pile of opportunity, or as Tupad calls it, my pile of treasure. But yeah, I've got that backlog built up of about, there's still 100 miniatures for my, it's a Warcraft 1/2 Horde army. Just using various, I've got, my 3D Print Forge, Imagine Minis, they all make, Warcraft themed miniatures. There's a few others that I've collected from. And so I had, I came up with this idea when I was, I built a Sun Elf army. I didn't build it, sorry. I got on it's called Frontiers. It's My Mini Factory's version of a Kickstarter. And it was for a Sun Elf army for one-page rules. And I printed it all. It's about 180 miniatures that are sitting in my nerd room. As I was nearing completion of printing those, I got the crazy idea, well, why don't I just print off all these Warcraft miniatures, put them on square bases, put them in like groups of 10 or what have you, and boom, you've got an army. And I don't play any tabletop games, I just like painting them. That's it. So yeah, I made this Warcraft 1/Warcraft 2 themed army. So I've got, like 2 15 unit regiments of forest trolls. Which those are, one of the regiments is painted, led by Zul'jin. I've got like 9 ogres. And then I added a bunch to it. So that's what it's not lore friendly. If you're into the Warcraft lore like I am, you know, you'll know that some of these groups, especially some of the leaders, never fought side by side in the various stages. You know, the Warsong clan never made it to Azeroth until the Horde was defeated, so an army that is led by Orgrim Doomhammer and has Grom Hellscream and his soldiers in doesn't really make sense, but it's my army. I do what I want. But yeah, so I added some Frost Wolves, both the soldiers, as well as actual Frost Wolves, led by Drekthar. I added some Shattered Hand. Those I had to do, I mean, it's all 3D printed, but had to do some kit bashing to make those work out.
We're being attacked!
Drip like voodoo! Good morning. And my alerts work. That is a beautiful sound. Sumo Savine, good morning. What were you guys working on? Absolute Magnitude Official.
Who
That
will
are...
follow me into battle?
Hey! Absolute Magnitude Official, thank you for the follow. I am loving that my alerts are working. That is awesome. Well, good morning, everybody.
Who will follow me into battle?
And we got another follower. Sumo Savim, thank you. Well, that's a good way to start off this weekend. You were doing music reactions. Okay, I have never, I know what that is, but...
Who will follow me into battle?
And we got another one. Drip like voodoo, thank you for following. Wow. That is an amazing way to start off this weekend. Appreciate it, guys. Yes, this is all Star Wars Legion. And now that there's a bunch of you in here, you will have to yell at me if I start painting off camera. Yeah, so this is Star Wars Legion. These are the Droidekas. I also have some super battle droids. They're kind of off the camera. Depending on how far I go, I've got some clone troopers. This guy I did a week or so ago. He's not done yet. He is part of Clone Commander Cody's little unit, so I've got those two here as well. And that guy. Well, thank you. They are actually, oh! Thank you. Kakuri62 just got a sub from Drip Like Voodoo. Okay, so I know... Let's see if I can... Let's see if this works. Nope, that did not work. Let's try that again. Maybe I need to actually do it on the Twitch. I am just learning how to do shout-outs in... Oh, wait, more subs. Oh, it's Absolute Magnitude Official. Cool, thank you. Is it, oh, yeah, because I don't have Stream Elements. So let us try that again. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yes. No, I don't have Stream Elements. I converted everything out of there. Good morning, ABG. Sorry, let's try this again with, Oh, I've got to wait. That's right. There's a 2-minute countdown. Yeah. Sorry, Drip like Voodoo. I don't have any like lurk or any of those. I got rid of my stream elements because I heard they were getting ready to go out of business, which they're not. But sorry, I think I missed a few chats. Let me scroll back up real quick. Okay, Sumo Savim, how much time you usually spend on each piece? So it's it varies. It's that was all I missed. So like one of these, shoot, maybe an hour total. And that's using the new Monument Hobbies one-step paints. So all I do is I prime them dark, dry brush white over them, and then drop graphite gray on them, which is a one-step paint. Oh, a 5-stream streak. Thank you, Adventure Built Gaming. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I appreciate the raid and the gifted subs. Yeah, these clone troopers, these guys, I primed black, dry brushed white over them, and then I used a one-step medium with a blue-white paint, and did the armor. Then I had to touch up some of that black leather glove armor that they wear. But for the most part, usually a miniature, if I'm not using a type of like a contrast or speed paint, it's like 3-4 hours to do a decent miniature. I'm not an amazing painter by any means, but I am improving little by little. We are getting there. Any of you raiders do any type of painting or at B4 Dark? I have never heard of them. Are they in here? Oh, yes. At B4 Dark. Oh, you do digital art? That is, the guy that got me into streaming. And he might be lurking in here, so I better not say anything bad. Actually, that's not true. I'll say bad stuff about him all day long. But Ink One, he's the one that got me into streaming, and he does digital art as well. Oh no, actually, this guy's in process. I do mostly Warcraft themed miniatures. These are all 3D printed sculpts, so they never say Warcraft miniatures, they're Warcraft themed. Okay, let me see if I can't, there we go. So I guess there's a 2-minute cooldown. Oh, ABG, thank you for shouting me out in your stream yesterday. I was there, but I was asleep. I literally fell asleep and woke up in a raid. So yeah, I do mostly Warcraft themed. But of course, May, I did the, you know, gotta jump on the May the 4th bandwagon. Yeah, so this, these battle droids, at least, it kind of makes me feel like I'm cheating, because it is so easy, the method I'm using. But right before everybody jumped in, I was kind of going off about how many miniatures I've got in my it's not a pile of shame, it is a pile of opportunity. I've got about 100 Warcraft Horde-themed miniatures. I've got 400. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I ever talk about, so Warcraft and Star Wars right now. And I haven't decided, you know, I've got around 150 Star Wars miniatures that are put together, and probably another 200 still in the boxes. So I may keep rolling on these after May is over. Let's see, we're at 2 years about. 2 years since I got serious. So let's see, I bought my first 3D printer almost 6 years ago, and I had every intention of painting. I am not a professional. Well, I'll say it this way. I am the world's okayest miniature painter. I am far from professional. That is the goal, but it takes a little bit. Adventure Built Gaming is that's a professional. Well, that's because I'm using contrast paints, and not that contrast paints you know, don't require a little bit of skill to make them look real good. But contrast paints were created to make it easier to get your miniatures to the table. Now, there's a lot of things you can do. If you guys watch Adventure Built Gaming when he streams, and he will be on, yeah, I don't know how to turn those off or how to separate those. I had to put them back in, otherwise all my alerts, like follow alerts, raid alerts, those also went away. So I gotta figure out how those little chat dings, how I can just turn them off. I've got my phone with my stream manager right in front of me, so I'm not gonna miss chats like I used to in the past. But I gotta figure out where those sound alerts are actually coming from. I think it's actually Streamlabs, but I gotta figure that out. I do use OBS, yes. Oops, almost wrong tube there. Yeah, no, so, the whole thing with, using, like, a contrast paint is it picks up a lot of what's underneath. So if you're using, like, a black, you're a little more professional than me, and you make your contrast paints look better than most. Because the biggest challenge with most contrast paints is what they call coffee stains. You've been painting a little bit longer than me, yeah. I'm seeing spots that I must be missing here. So yeah, they develop contrast paints as a way to make things tabletop ready. You know, for people that want to just play the games and they don't really want to put in the time. But you've got guys, there's a guy in the Philippines named Don Serratos, and he is, you know, one of those next level painters. And so he uses these, he calls it, well, everyone calls it slap chop. But he uses like a double slap chop method. I think he calls it double slap chop plus. And so he can turn miniatures like these into display pieces. And so he kind of Yeah, every time if you say Slapchop in Monument Hobbies stream, the owner of the company, Jason, who's streaming, he'll make sure to correct you. He hates that term. Because he says this has been around a lot longer than Slapchop. It's called underpainting, and it's just a method used in painting. They've just now assigned a new fancy name to it. So yeah, it's like when I did these super battle droids, I've got a couple that are mostly finished here. I did these so dang fast, I felt like I cheated. Okay, go eat. Appreciate you jumping in. Thank you. Yeah, so hold on, let's zoom. You can see the red. But it's so... And you can see this one, actually, now you can see it much better, where I got a little sloppy with my dry brush, and you can see the streaks of the white paint under that. Yes, and agreed. Life before stream. And I hear that eating is important. Something you should probably do. Oh, AVG, it was such a... I got this new Elgato Stream Deck XL, and I've been sitting on it, sitting in my Amazon cart for a couple weeks now. Since Ink One got it, I was waiting for some feedback, and I looked it up. It said, or at least when I searched it up, it said that it, why can't I think of the word? Words are tough. That it has the plugin for Camo Studios, which is my camera software. So I'm like, sweet, I can set a button to do the zoom. Sweet. I get it. I was wrong. It syncs with Camo Studios for iPad, which helps me not at all. I was so frustrated, I was ready to just return it. But there's all these other features I can do. Like control my Spotify, control the scenes in OBS. So finally, I was trying to figure out if I could just not use Camo Studios. The camera is a Razer Kiyo V2. And so I tried to see if the Razer Synapse software would work, but you lose a lot of the functionality of Camo. Well, as I was playing around, I found out that even though when Camo Studios is active, you can't pull up the camera in Razer Synapse, but the settings you set in Razer Synapse still affect the camera in Camo Studios, which includes zoom. And so there are 5 preset zooms in Razer Synapse that I can assign hotkeys to. Because the Camo Studios doesn't have hotkeys, which is really stupid, but... And so I was able to assign 5 keys to those hotkeys, and now I can control the zoom. Magic. So now I'm happy again. I'll keep it. And it is really handy in, you know, for old guys like me that can never find their mouse pointer on their screens. It is very helpful to just have a button right there that I can clearly see to, I had to, when I was messing with all my stuff, I had to make my mouse pointer bigger. I'm at that point. That was kind of a sad moment. I'm not ready to do the whole trail. And I mean, my eyes are still pretty good. For now. But it's just old age. And I've got 2 monitors in front of me, and then my laptop screen, and I always am losing where my mouse pointer is. And I'll be moving it around and just not seeing it. I think a lot of that just comes down to my reaction times. Yeah, so I totally forgot what I was talking about before. Yeah, for everybody new here, I get distracted very, very easily, sometimes mid-sentence. Yeah. And everybody's eyes age differently too. You know, my thing is, I am, what is it called? Nearsighted. So I've got to wear glasses if I'm looking, like when I'm driving, I need glasses. I can't see, you know, I can barely see 10 feet in front of me. I mean, I can, but it's just real blurry. But if I'm looking at like a document in front of me, I gotta take my glasses off. They actually get in the way. So I think that should all be. So yeah, I may carry on with Star Wars miniatures throughout throughout the summer maybe. Or I may just try to finish these clone armies or the Republic armies and the droid armies. Well, I am enjoying these. Even some of the Jedi that I've painted. Actually, I should pull some of those over here and show off my my hard work. Because those were more not contrast paints. They were more of a traditional style. Which for these droid armies, this like the contrast is perfect. Because most of these guys are single colors. And this does a lot of the shadow highlight, mid-tone, all that stuff for you. Okay. I think I needed to fix this one since I made that decision. That Dingy Ducky. Is he a streamer too? By the way, any of you raiders, if you're streamers, let me know. I can absolutely shout you out. I can follow you as well. which reminds me, sorry, I gotta scroll back up real quick. Like before dark, if you do streaming, please let me know. My big thing is, I wonder if I can shout out Dingy Ducky. Oh, yeah.
Oh, we made it. How are we doing?
Oops, I had audio. Hey, there we go. Look at that. My whole thing is, especially for us smaller, like me, the only way we grow is as a community, and so I'm real big on community. Okay. So I've got a few. I'm gonna bring them over here and just show them off. So we got my, I love how this guy turned out. Still got some weird camera thing going on, messing with his face, but... Oh, look at that zone. Yeah, that is a weird thing going on his face right now with the camera. That's with the exposure. I still need to mess with that, I think. But yeah, that's traditional. Random, yeah, it's only on the white cream colors. It's doing some real weird thing. This I did use some contrast paint. But it wasn't the normal slap chop method. Yeah, see, it's the way it's doing, it's wiping out my beautiful skin painting. Armor. And my favorite Star Wars character. And it is, yeah, see, it's doing it on her lightsaber. Because that's just a pure white, very, very bright white that it's kind of wiping out. Alright, so I gotta mess with camera settings, especially before I start doing a bunch more clone troopers. Yeah, she turned out very well. Still got room for improvement, but I'm pretty happy with her. Oh man, I gotta pop an energy drink real quick. The other joy of getting older is shaky hands and pain in the hands. So that cup is probably expired. So what I want to try now, I don't exactly have a reddish, because these are going to be the, sorry, those are out of camera, I forgot to zoom back out. These armor plates on the Droidekas, they're kind of like a reddish bronze of some form. Sorry. Scroll back down. Yeah, I mean, I got the stream manager on my phone, and I've got it up on my screen. Um, so sorry, don't mind me. Um, so I feel like it's kind of this mahogany color, and I want to use this with the one-step special sauce medium and try to make it a contrast paint to apply on those armor plates. So it worked with I've only done this one time, and I did it with the white blue to make this the clone trooper armor. It's just this stuff is a little runnier, and so like my drips sorry, I'm doing all this off camera. I think the whole 3-to-1 doesn't work as well. Um, and personally, I would rather overdo it than underdo it and not have contrast. Whatever. You guys know what I'm saying. It's the same as like when I make a glaze. I would rather it be too strong than words are tough, and I cannot chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. I would rather be too thin down, where I have to apply multiple layers of glaze, than to not be thinned enough. Also, don't be dumb like me and use your good brushes to mix watery mixtures like this. That's what I was doing with the white blue, and it kept getting in the ferrule of my nice brush. Alright, let's see how well this works. That looks pretty should work. So that should do the trick. It's not going to be a perfect match. I can already tell it's... Oh, we'll see. My other option was to use the Monument Hobbies True Metallics and do like a magnesium, and then maybe dry brush bronze on it. But this looks like it'll work. At least it's gonna look good. The other thing I got to, oh, this is another thing you'll find is that often I'll change topics without any warning because I already changed topics in my head. So sorry about that. I was in my head. I already went back to the conversation about how much I have in my backlog. And I have been getting emails about the StarCraft miniatures game and the pre-orders getting ready to ship. I think some shipping has already started. I haven't gotten any ship notifications yet, but I did jump on that that pre-order from Archon Games. And so I expect those will be here within the first couple weeks of June. Yeah, that'll work. Love it. Yeah, this, aside from the really shaky hands today, this is starting out as a pretty good day. Everything is working out. My stream deck is working. My alerts are working. Again, I appreciate the raid and all of the follows and the gifted subs. That is also a very important thing. Appreciate you jumping in. Yeah, I'll probably be on for a while. Probably longer today than usual, but if not, I'll see you tonight in Monster Den mini stream. So I did oh, maybe. Are you gonna stream tonight? Okay. Then maybe I will see you later. Time will tell. And I might be on tomorrow since I did not stream like I wanted to yesterday. We'll see. We shall see. Yeah, right now my only stream that is set in stone is my Saturday streams. I had every intention of streaming yesterday. Especially since Monument Hobbies was not streaming. I figured yesterday afternoon would have been a perfect perfect time to stream since I wouldn't really be doing anything else. I usually watch Monument Hobby stream and learn. Oh, those look good. Do a little bit of touching up, but that did not happen yesterday. So part of me wants to stream for a little bit tomorrow to make up for. I usually like to keep Sundays as just a off day complete, but I may stream for a little bit. I do find that when I'm hobbying, I get the most done on stream. Sorry. When I'm on stream, I get the most hobbying done. Yep, it's even on days where I just am struggling to be motivated, I found that when I got on, it just helped me to at least be motivated a little bit. Some of those, like earlier this year, it was like a stream for a couple hours, be like, yeah, I'm done. But yeah, it's easier to get stuff done when, because then I don't get distracted as easy by life. And now that I dropped the money on that Stream Deck, that means I guess I'm here. Because part of me was really kind of considering, how serious do I want to get with this? Not that I was planning on quitting, but I was down to, because of the work schedule change that I've complained about for the last couple months. But that kind of wrecked my stream schedule and had a hard time finding a good schedule other than this one day a week. And so yeah, it's just been an interesting ride so far this year. And it's just been, my job has been weird. That's for sure. And anybody in here, please holler if I am pulling this off camera. Because a lot of times I'm not going to see, or I'm not going to notice if I am. So I am relying on you guys to provide correction. I probably am going to have to make a stream alert so that you guys can yell if I'm off camera. I know another streamer that has that, and that would be good. Um, okay, so I think I remember where I was going with my pile of shame, pile of treasure, pile of opportunity, whatever you want to call it. So part of me wants to stick with the Star Wars because I'm making a good amount of headway in getting these done. Like I said, I probably have a good 150 or so built Star Wars miniatures that need some paint slapped on them. And they're all almost, I actually no, they are all primed. Um, I still have around 100 or so miniatures from that World of Warcraft, or Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2 Horde themed army. That eventually I'm going to have to finish. That Sun Elf army that eventually is going to need to get some, that's another 180 miniatures, so that's what, 400 or 500 right there. Then I probably have a good 200 or so, more than that probably. Star Wars Legion miniatures that have never even come out of the box. Because there's a Imperial Army, there is a Rebellion, Rebel Alliance Army that I've gotten a whole bunch of miniatures for that are all still in the box. And there's, there's starter sets for each. Sorry, I gotta remember not to stop too long. I don't want this to dry out before I finish. Not that it'll dry out that fast, but yeah, then there's the whole Shadow Collective, which includes a bunch of Mandalorians, Black Sun Enforcers, I can't remember that other, the ones that were the bad guys in Book of Boba. Well, those ones. Then I pre-ordered the whole new Mandalorian group, which are more like modern Mandalorians mixed with some like Clan Ren and I don't know if they were Death Watch or what. Those will be shipping here in a couple weeks. So there's probably 300 in the box Star Wars Legion miniatures that I'm going to need to assemble and slap paint on. What else do I got? Oh, the StarCraft pre-order. There were 3 armies, and I got on the pre-order for all 3 of them. So Zerg, Terran, and Protoss. All of their starter sets. I didn't get all of the additional, like, expansion packs. Part of me wishes I would have gotten the expansion pack for the Hydralisks. Just because those are such a iconic StarCraft Zerg unit. Actually, I was considering reaching out to support right after I made my pre-order to see if they could add it, but I decided not to. I'll probably regret that. No, I figure by the time I get even too close to that point, they'll all be either in games, the game stores, or on Amazon. And I know this is kind of a unpopular opinion, but a lot of times when you buy stuff on Amazon, you can get it for cheaper. Um, so I haven't fully decided. You know, June is 2 days away. May is kind of my for me it's all about Star Wars. Um, Even my house gets decorated. And my old thing is May the 4th all the way to May 25th is Star Wars, because May 25th is the anniversary of when Star Wars A New Hope went into theaters. May 25th, 1977. So next year will be 50 years of Star Wars. That is, they better do something big. I think they're planning on putting A New Hope back into theaters to celebrate. Which that would, that might actually get me into a movie theater to see that movie. Although there's, this was asked last week when I brought this up. Is it going to be the original or the remastered George Lucas edits? And that is a very good question. I do not know. I don't know if that's been decided or not, or what. Or what. Oops. There we go. Audio randomly went out. Love it. Probably will never use that paint again. Well, I do have 4 more Droidicas I can build, but there's a couple things I need to touch up. I don't want to pour this in anything. Actually, wait, why am I doing that? I think I still have some left in here. Areas that I just completely missed. Yeah, I can't believe the number of spots on this that I didn't even get. Thought I was a little more attentive. Guess I was not. Maybe I just didn't apply enough on some of these areas. Uh, sorry, my... Yeah, a few more areas to touch up on this one even. Areas I missed with that brown, or the mahogany, not brown, mahogany. Make sure I'm staying in camera. think some of these areas I just didn't have enough on my brush, so it's not, looked like I was getting in there, but I wasn't. Oh well. That's why we have touch-ups. Okay, let's make sure we do the same on this guy. This one I did a little better. So the good thing about me is that although I'm going to get distracted and forget what I'm talking about and more distracted, eventually I come back to my thoughts, usually. And so as I figure out what I want to do with my life this summer, um, I've got a few models that I purchased, 3D print models, STLs, that I purchased from Gambody, which is it's a very high quality, like for example, I picked up a model for a AT, shoot, I'm way off camera here. Let's move some of this stuff. So I do better at staying in camera. I picked up an ATTE walker, which is the, if you watched Attack of the Clones, episode 2, I believe, they were those six-legged, Republic walkers for the clone armies. They showed up on Geonosis in Attack of the Clones. So I picked up one of those, printed that off, got it all done. I scaled him to match the Legion size. I actually had an AT-RT from Star Wars Legion that came with 2 fully constructible drivers. One carrying a rifle, one not. It was kind of a... Because usually they'll give you, like, alternate build options. But they won't, they'll give you alternate parts, not 2 full miniatures. So I had this random one that fits perfectly in the seat for the cannon on this ATTE. Which was really awesome. So I painted him up and painted that walker, and now I just need some pilots to sit in the walker since that viewpoint is open. I'll figure that out another day. Figure that out another day. Shoot. But I also have a, and I already printed this one off. I just haven't assembled it. It's actually still got all of its supports and everything. But the gunship that the clones used in Attack of the Clones. One that brought reinforcements when the last few Jedi were surrounded in the arena. And then, of course, anybody that's watched the Clone Wars TV series, you see those gunships all the time. Still a lot of areas that I'm missing. Getting sloppy here. Yeah, so I still have to assemble that, paint that. But I also picked up a model. Another gunship, the one that carries the walkers, the ATT walkers, that carried them to the planet. Which that would be really cool, but it's going to be huge. So I don't know if I'm going to print that off. But there's also 2 StarCraft models that I picked up. A Goliath. Was it a Goliath or was it a Titan? One of the big mechs from StarCraft. I think there's one that you get in the StarCraft game, and it's different from the one that that I got from Gambody. And then that siege tank from StarCraft. I got one of those as well. I used to have a 3D print stream, and I may fire that back up. How did I miss that hose? Oh. But I may just send that to YouTube. Just because YouTube just stores the videos. Then I can use that for social media posts and stuff like that. Okay, so those are done. Let's finish the touch-ups on this bad boy. So as I was saying, my whole purpose for saying all of this is just trying to figure out what gets printed next for the bigger models and how that relates to what I'm painting. So once those StarCraft pre-orders come in, am I going to want to jump right over to them from Star Wars, or eventually I got to finish something that I'm working on. Whether that's a fully painted Star Wars army or a StarCraft army. Not sure yet. Yeah, I definitely was going kind of fast on this. A lot of areas, even on these, that I missed. That's alright, though. Got time. There's just a lot of parts on here, so it's easy to miss. But I've got all enough credits on Gambody. Part of me wants to buy the AT-AT model and start printing that off too. But that gets us into, the modern era of Star Wars with the Empire and the Rebel Alliance. Do I really want to start moving up onto that before all of my droids and all that are built? Do I really want to start messing with that yet? A lot of decisions I gotta make. At the end of the day, I only pretend like I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's move this guy back there. Let's move these two. Remember, the key is to stay on camera. And with me having my camera a little more zoomed in, I need to be a little more attentive to that. Faceman! Happy Saturday. How you doing? I missed your message in Smiling Beagle's stream yesterday. I was there, but I was 100% distracted. So I didn't even see your question until I was so I was lurking. The Grizzly was lurking. He just was really lurking. I am so happy it's Saturday. I had every intention of streaming yesterday. I hung out in Adventure Built Gaming stream, and then I fell asleep. And when I woke up, I started messing with all my alerts and crap. Which I'm glad I did. So I got all of them fixed, and I got raided this morning. Raided, a bunch of new followers, a couple subs, and so it was very nice that all of my alerts worked. Uh, but yeah, by the time I finally got everything nearly done, uh, most of the Friday evening streamers were already on. I was like, well, we'll just keep working on all my stream setup stuff. Because I pulled the trigger on that Elgato Stream Deck. Got a bunch of stuff set up on that. Including... Hold on one second. We've got... Boom. 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 I got my Zoom finally set like that. Just got done building my desk for painting. Gotta finish moving this room around. You got a specific room for your painting? Yeah, I've got a whole painting setup up here. And behind me is a, well, it's kind of a junky recliner. It looked nice. Got it. It just has worn out too quickly. Ah. Doesn't want you in her craft room. Yeah. I get that. So we've got, well, I've got a room that is dedicated to all things nerd. But my nerd collection has grown to the point of, that it's a problem. But since my girlfriend participates in it, I get away with it. So, like behind me, quite a bit behind me, there's a whole setup of Batman stuff, but she loves Harley Quinn. And so, she's got a bunch of shelves on there. That would work. You live, what was it, Tennessee or somewhere in that area? So your only challenge is going to be how hot it gets in the summer. But if you, if your shed has air conditioning or anything like that, that would work. Yeah, I've got this whole loft area, and I'm thinking of, yeah, I mean, that would work. See, out here in Vegas, you know, although my house is a decent size, you know, I've got well, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, so one of those bedrooms is my nerd room. And then we have this whole loft area where I've got my main 3D printer, my paint setup, and my girlfriend's little recliner. But in Vegas, you don't get a backyard. So that's our only challenge with trying to do something like that is yards of any form are just not existent. Some of the older houses in Vegas have them, but it's hard to find those. It's not too bad. I think I got a pretty good deal on the rent on this house. Some of the new apartments that they're building, you get a 1-bedroom for the same amount a month as what I'm paying. But you had a lot of real estate companies from California and China that own a bunch of the property. And so when they own it, they can kind of drop the price down a bit. Ish. I'll put it this way. It's, they say to be able to survive here in Vegas, you got to make $70K a year. And most people are not there. So that's where it's very hard to be a single income household. Both got to be working to make it happen. And Vegas has definitely gotten more and more expensive. Like, housing prices are majorly inflated. Yeah, it really is. And I won't get into any politics, but I don't feel like any of our past administrations or current have done much to help the financial situation of us, of everyone. And we had, in Vegas, we had so much movement from California to here. Exactly. And my job they pay a pretty good wage. They got some good benefits, but then they also have a lot of positions. Like, it seems like to start, they get people in at a pretty good wage, but then there's no movement. There's a range, and when you hit the top of that range, that's it. And even trying to move in that range, it's 2 to 3% each year. It's like, well, I'm happy with what I make, but I came in underpaid. It was a raise for me for my last job, but for the actual position, it was still less than what it should have been. And some of that's on me. I should have negotiated more. They needed me, but I also needed them. I left a job to basically help them open up this facility. And it was one of those, working in precious metals. It's not like there's a lot of people out there that know how to make that product. So I had a little more bargaining power than I think I realized. So I could have negotiated more because essentially what I did by doing this is burning the bridge with my last employer. Oh well. You live and you learn. I need to pull a picture up real quick. I can't remember if droidicas have eyes, or what color their eyes are. Thought I had an image of it. Didn't I? Or did I close it all out? Oh. Maybe I closed that window this morning. Oh, yeah, that's the worst. Uh, a lot of companies are like that, though. It's like they just assume you're gonna know this. These are toys. I need actual images from the game or from the movie. Yeah, when I started, and I'm coming up on 3 years now. Um, but when I started, uh, it was okay. So they do have red eyes, and wherever that little mouthpiece is red. Okay. So I can hit all of these eyes at the same time, even on these battle droids. That was my one grievance, is they brought me on. They're like, well, you're the expert, so, here's the onboarding documentation, and have fun. Yeah. Exactly. It's just the very basic, for us it was, um, here's the people in charge of the various departments, and good luck. And I found out what the rules were by getting my hand slapped, which is still happening. It was 2.5 years before I got, um, like procedures. Like they keep talking about, that's not our process. Like, well, what process? Please explain. I don't want to break the rules, but I don't know if I don't know. Oh, yeah. That's usually how it is at every company. Uh, yeah, I think I was saying this to you yesterday. Our company is, well, the Mint is a dozen employees total, including the VP. That's VP and general manager. I'm over production, so um, all the manufacturing, shipping, receiving, that's all me. But I've got a team of 6 people. Is that right? Yeah, 6 people that report to me. Out in the production floor. I've got one guy that's our ISO 9001, QMS, whatever. He reports to me. And then the office admin, she sort of reports to me. She definitely comes to me more than, uh, and I do give her marching orders. But it's a very small team, and so the whole company, this portion, the Mint, is definitely the whipping boy of the company. Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of that. How big is the company overall? Uh, a lot of times that stuff is just overlooked. Um, they came into the Mint. They, as in HQ. They came in and just changed the rules on us. Moved us from 4 days. Production was Monday to Thursday, 12-hour shifts. They moved us to 5 days. Not really any good reasons why, other than this is the way we want to do it. Just dumb. It killed my throughput, killed morale. We had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend, and hours are the same, but it just sucks. Sorry, I just saw a spot that I'm not ready to. 6 facilities in the U.S., 1 in Canada, and several in Austria. Oh, wow. That's quite a diverse. And you said it was like, was there something with the industrial railway? I think I understood that correctly when you said that Beagle stream. I got really sloppy on these. Yeah, ours is headquartered in Canada. They've got a mine site in northern Nevada and 4 mine sites, active mine sites in Mexico. We're a publicly traded company, so that adds a whole new dynamic that they never explain. There's a whole bunch of laws that we have to follow, for financial tracking, and especially with precious metal. Yeah, a whole bunch of just trying to help engineer a high speed. Oh, the company's the one working on that. They've been talking about that for years and years and years, and that was supposed to already have been done. But the bureaucracy behind that is a nightmare. Yeah, that's a big. I'm gonna rinse my cup out real quick. I'll keep the audio on. That's a big story between Cali and Vegas. I mean, it'll be nice when it's finished, but at this point, none of us are really expecting it's going to even happen anymore. Hold on 1 second. I heard that thing, but I'm filling my cup with new water. Yeah. No, it's supposed to cut the time down, like an hour or something. Right now it is 4 or 5 hours to get from Vegas to LA. And that one path, there's really only one main way. It is so congested. There's so much traffic between the two cities. So this train is supposed to make that happen a lot faster. But I'm not holding my breath. Yeah. It's an engineering nightmare, and you've got so much the bureaucracy between Las Vegas and California as a whole. They sorry if the mafia is listening, but the mafia started Las Vegas, and if anybody thinks that they left, they're delusional. And California, the bureaucracy there, trying to get anything done just doesn't happen. Good morning, Texas War Smith. Happy Saturday. Oh, that's why I want to drip a little more water in my wet palette is more like a damp palette.
Work.
Hey, it worked! See, I fixed all my alerts. It has been a very good morning. Hopefully it has been a good morning for you too. I got all my alerts fixed. Got them ported over out of Stream Elements. Although now I hear Stream Elements might not be going out of business, but whatever. It's easier to have it all in one place. All that stuff overlapping was creating confusion for me. So now I've got all my Twitch alerts updated with images and sounds and those little custom channel points. I will be adding more. I need one, part of my problem is I'll start holding miniatures up here to paint. Because with my camera, it's easier if it's zoomed in more. And I need to add a channel alert or whatever so that you guys can tell me to put the miniature back in the camera frame. I may have to redo some of those emotes to have words. I don't even remember which one that is. Because only one of them I put words on, the LOL. So the others, they look very similar. Well, right now I'm working on running my mouth. Faceman and I were just venting about our respective jobs. But this morning, before, I've got some droidicas. Actually, 4 of them. So it's because the droidicas, which I mean, it's pretty good. I got it kind of sloppy, but it's mahogany mixed with does that say Don mahogany? Sometimes I don't pay attention. They put little words on the sides of some of their bottles. I never noticed that. Don mahogany. It's great. So I mixed that with the one-step special sauce medium to turn that into a contrast paint. Because the armor of the droidicas is actually, this looks very close to it. It's kind of like a bronzish, like a darker bronzish color. And I was thinking of doing like a magnesium with a bronze highlight, but this actually came out perfectly. And then everything else is just the graphite gray. Same as what I did on all these super battle droids. Thank you. I got real sloppy with the droidicas, but those super battle droids, they're pretty much... I primed them dark neutral gray. Which one was that? I'm there every time, but sometimes I'm not... especially if I'm still at work, I'll have it on my phone, but no audio. And then, of course, a lot of times I get home midstream. Yeah, they're, especially, well, not just you, me as well. Wednesday. Let's see, Wednesday. So Wednesday, I missed the first half of the stream. I was at work till 2 o'clock, 2:30, Pacific time. Yeah. Well, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I'm very excited for those miniatures. I will have to find a way to squeeze them in. I spent the good first half of my stream today talking about my backlog. It's growing, and I'm getting notifications that my StarCraft pre-orders are getting ready to ship. So I've got a problem. That's why doing some of these are... I've stopped calling it my pile of shame. It is my pile of opportunity Or as another regular in my stream, Tupod, calls it, the pile of treasure. Um, yeah, I think I counted. I've got about 100 Warcraft Horde miniatures to do. I've got 180 of these Sun Elves that have been sitting there for a year now. Unprimed, just waiting. I actually did prime one of them. And he's going to get painted. The unicorn will be white. It will have rainbow hair. Or no, it's pink hair. I'll get to use hot pink. And it'll be rainbow, a rainbow horn. And this one will go to my daughter. That's how she requested I paint it. So that may get thrown in on stream sometime. What was I? Oh yeah. So then I've got probably 150 Star Wars Legion miniatures that are built and primed, and I've got probably close to 200 to 300 still in the boxes between the Rebel Alliance, the Empire, and the Shadow Syndicate, plus all those new Mandalorian ones on pre-order. And then now all these StarCraft ones coming. Yeah, I've got a problem. I've got a big problem. I mean, it was. I'm very quickly tapping myself out here. I still want to print more vehicles off of that I've gotten off of Gambody. I got that ATTE Walker that I finished. Sorry, I need my eyes for these little details on these. And I still want to create a alliance army, which will be another 200 miniatures, and eventually I'm going to have to get started on that because resin has a shelf life, the liquid resin. So, yeah, I was talking about, I've got some Gambody models. Oh yeah, Face Man, they look great. And I know I've said this before, but they give me that that movie Rango with Johnny Depp. They give me that Rango vibe, which I love that movie. That's the, and I keep forgetting the name of the game. But the Wild West themed miniatures. I may have to come back on these. Doing these red eyes is probably not the best idea. My hands have been really shaky today. in the center. Yeah, no, they're definitely, they are unique in a very good way. I'm painting out of the lines. I'm gonna have to fix this. Oh, nice. I knew about the 2 in July, but 2 more closer to the end of the year. That's good. So a little trick that I learned is when you're painting like eyeballs, hold your breath. That helps stabilize. Um, that's one of those things. And Face Man, I know you're still kind of a newer painter. Um, you're thinking a witch doctor and a medicine woman. Ooh, any idea on what the animals they would be? Uh, yeah, a lot of your big streamers, like in their videos and all that, they don't talk about a lot of these basic things that you learn in like Monument Hobby Stream especially. But like, how do you stabilize my chair? It's a gaming chair, and so I can move the arms in, so I can rest my elbows, and then rest my wrists on the desk, um, and even kind of rest my hand down, and then it's uh, a chupacabra and a Gila monster. Nice. I am totally on board with that. I'm gonna have to definitely drop a little orangish color in there, just to make this a little more visible. Oh, and hey, Texas Warsmith, as always, feel free to drop that link. There's, I think we got a few lurkers in here. Um, I know I gotta change some of my description, but we are link friendly. There we go. Yeah, so anyone lurking, feel free to go over to that site. Invent a paint for these. Oh shoot. I barely even know what colors to use. Much less how to formulate a paint. You know, that's how um that's how Monument Hobbies was started. Jason's been painting for a very, very, very long time. And he started as a streamer some years ago, 10, 11 plus years ago. Um, and he, I don't know how, but he formulated a white paint. A very high quality white paint. And, he tried to sell it, at the time he was sponsored by Army Painter. And so he tried to sell it to Army Painter, and the basic answer was no, we're not interested. We're not interested in a high quality paint line. You know, at the time, Army Painter, their whole business model was, you know, they were for people that didn't want to paint. So it was all about just slapping the paint on and getting things tabletop ready, which is fine. There's a very large market for that. But he tried going through other avenues and just found that there really wasn't a lot out there. Everyone had their paints made in the same couple factories at the time. And finally, even though he made it clear, I do not want to sell paints. Now he's one of the biggest. And I mean, since then, like Army Painter has kind of changed their model a little bit. This Fanatic War paint is definitely more for the higher quality collector side. Shoot. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. There we go. Get those red eyes in there. Oh yeah, I can hit those guys too. Okay, one more. All right. I can breathe again. Let's fix a couple things that I saw. Plus the mistake I made. I think that was on the first one. What's that? No, it's this one. Got just a little sloppy with my brush.
Who will follow me into battle?
Who followed me? White Wolf 131. Good morning. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing this Saturday? You are new skirmish called Party Showdown. That's the name. I don't know why I keep forgetting that name. Party's Showdown. Now that would be cool to show that on YouTube. Um, One second. Hit my energy drink another time. 'Cause that seems to help with the shaking hands. All right. So I wanna try to add a little bit of orange. Just to, I don't want it to be a too strong orange. Maybe a red orange. I just want to make that red pop a little more. Especially on these battle droids. I took my eyes off. Definitely need those. I don't know if this is gonna work because it's such a small area. Let's see. Yeah, that might have helped a little bit. I'm gonna have to use some of that graphite gray and clean up, though. Let's go in one more. You can see where because it's such a tiny little eye slit. I'm getting on the metal around it. Uh, okay. Um, okay, I think I'm gonna have to get up for a second. We've been at this 2.5 hours now. I need to refresh my drinks, use the restroom, stretch a little bit. Yeah, that's a super tough spot. Um, even that tiny little tip, I'm still... Because the other problem is it's so hard to... After you do it, it's so hard to see. I'm using the bold Pyro red, and I think I'm going to stick with this red-orange to add just a little bit of brightness to it. Because it's kind of hard to see. These were ones that I kind of said were done. But it's, on a normal, when you're just looking at it, it's kind of hard to see it. You got to really get in. And it's just not really popping. Compared to... Pops a little more. But you could also see where I got a little bit on the metal. So, I need to touch those two up, but, yeah, so I'm just gonna get up. I recommend everyone else do the same, stretch, hydrate, do whatever y'all need to do, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hang out, everybody. All right, there we go. You know, that's getting annoying. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Every time I mute my mic, when I unmute it, I gotta restart my audio. I use Voice Meter Potato. Thank you. So I know I missed that last couple. Face Man, probably have highlight them and then do some touch up. Yeah. That's what I'll do with this little brush. Keep doing that red orange, and then come back and just drop a little bit of that graphite gray. There we go. Drop some of that graphite gray on the edges. And then he said, probably going to take my grandson down to the game store today. He loves looking at the miniatures. That is awesome. I am all for getting more people into the hobby. I think I'm definitely not wanting to gatekeep this hobby or anything like that. I think the more of us that are here, the more that all these miniature companies and miniature painting and all of that, the more they thrive, which is good for all of us. So, and that's a good thing to do while you got the grandkids with you, because they're living with you, if I remember right. That's I'm just gonna mop some of this onto my palette, especially since I don't need a lot. Yeah, I always say I've been painting for like 2 years in earnest. Because I think that question was asked of me earlier today, and I think I only half got through the answer before I got distracted. It may have been one of the raiders asking me in the beginning of the stream. But I got my first 3D printer early 2020. And I started printing miniatures. I just never really did anything with them. Started putting them in totes, but I did try to paint a couple miniatures. I went and got a bunch of those cheap testers paints. I don't even know if they were acrylic or if they were enamel. It's just whatever Hobby Lobby had. And I was definitely not in the strongest financial position. So it was kind of a what's cheapest. But yeah, moral of that story is I did sit down with my daughter using those paints, and I think I painted one or two and she painted one. And I mean, mine looked, I still have it. I keep it just as a little reminder But I do, that was a good memory. So that was the point of that long, drawn out story. It was a good memory with my daughter, um, sitting next to her and painting together. Now she's a teenager, and oh my goodness, she changed her TikTok profile picture, and I'm gonna forget his name, but it's some actor. I was like, oh no, it's begun. It has begun. My little daughter likes boys. I was not ready for that. Oh, yeah, my daughter just became a teenager, 13 in December. I'm in the camera. $25. Dang. Just turned 27. Yeah, I've got a grown son as well. He's 22, turning 23 in a couple months. Thankfully, my son turned out pretty good. He's so he turns 23 in August. Uh, it took him a second. I mean, he was always a pretty good kid, but he joined the Marine Corps. I think he gets out in like a year, and then he's gonna move um back to Missouri where his mother and sister live. Uh, but he's married, has a 1-year-old, uh, who I sadly only met over FaceTime. I think once he moves to Missouri, it'll be easier to. But with him in the Marine Corps, it's just too hard to coordinate schedules. Mix up this nasty green tea. Maybe that'll help with some of my focus. And I mean, the handshaking seems to gone down. Yeah, children are not easy. Let's see. Do I still have some gray in here that's wet? Shook everything. So those ended up fine. I think I was a little more stable when I was putting the red in those. Should not put my monitors away. That I've got a two monitor stand, and one of them, it seems like no matter how much I tighten it, it's just that monitor can keep swinging back. See, it was one of those more controlling types. So not a child in the sense like just immature, just more or rebellious, more just very unsure of her decisions. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh, well, and I don't know the situation, and everybody's different, but a lot of times the guys that tend to be real controlling or even abusive, they tend to be cowards. Since in many ways, more so like physically, women are usually weaker physically than men. There's a lot of, pardon my language, chicken shits. Exactly. Exactly, Texas. You know, they feel like a big man, whether, you know, physically or emotionally or mentally abusing or controlling a woman or even children. But, no, I need this. Uh, when they meet a real man, they ain't got, he knows if I come down those stairs, so it's good. Yep. Yeah, and that's, bullies don't, they don't pick on strong people. And even when the woman finally has enough, a lot of times they can't cope. Yeah, I mean, at work, I'm definitely a bully to my employees. Promise she has the kids, so that is a whole other issue. How so? These away. I think I'm ready to put basing texture on these and call them done. Don't mind me. Like I said, I'm running out of hobby space, so I'm trying to find new ways to store everything. We're gonna keep these that gold and fine earth for the base. I'm not sure what I'm trying to go for. Maybe that Geonosis look, which was kind of almost a reddish gold. But we'll just leave it with this gold basing. She thinks she has to call him to come see his kids, I told her. Ah, yeah. No, it's I mean, anytime there's separation, divorce, breaking up, any of that stuff with kids, it's messy. Um, I got divorced. I don't usually talk a lot of personal, but since we're in it, why not? I got divorced 6 years ago, almost 6 years ago. And I chose to stay in Vegas. She moved to Oklahoma first and then Missouri. And I didn't fight it. Just because for children, like Vegas is not all the strip. There's a whole lot more to the city, but there's not a lot for kids. Our education is like 48th in the nation. And while there are good magnet schools, things like that, it just was, it's cheaper to live in Missouri. I knew there was no way she was going to make it here in Vegas, my ex, that is. And there's just so much more in the Midwest, so I knew my daughter would have a better life out there. But as a result, I don't get to see her more than once a year. And in a lot of ways, I'm not trying to bash her, um, but in a lot of ways, she's not helped me, in the sense of like, hey, call your dad on his birthday, call your dad on Father's Day, things like that. And my daughter, especially now that she's a teenager, but even before that, she FaceTimes with my mom all the time. She does not want to FaceTime with me. She does not want to be on the phone with me. She will text me, and she will text me a bunch, but then there's times where she just takes her phone and says hi and then throws it. That's an exaggeration, but I feel like it because I'll respond right away, and then it'll be a week before she responds to me. So I mean, yeah, my point is, it just gets so complicated, and where's that, especially as the one who has custody, full custody, like your daughter. Where's that line between where you're trying to, remind your children they have a dad, and where you're forcing the dad to be a dad? Um, and it sounds like that's more where she is, where she's forcing him, like, hey, remember you have children, um, come and see your children, rather than him saying, oh yeah, I'm a dad, and can you remind the kids they have a dad? It's that fine line. Um, and it seems like, and again, I'm only hearing what you're telling me, but it just seems like he's somewhat absent. And the worst thing about situations like that is the kids and what it does to them. Uh, so my son, I call him my son. He is my son. I raised him since he was just before turning 8. Um, his father passed away with a needle in his arm. So that kind of gives you the idea of what kind of dad he had. And I was far from a good father. I was really not that good of a dad to him. We have a very good relationship now, but it was rough, especially in his teenage years. Uh, he was so similar to me, and shoot, while that is a blessing in some ways, it was created a lot of tension. Sometimes when you're similar to someone, you guys butt heads a lot. Uh, and I was young and stupid. Uh, but all that aside, watching how he just wanted his dad to show up and his dad just never did was just so sad. So that's what I always think about, is how these situations, like, it's not just between you and your ex, it's affecting those children. Hey. Losing grip here. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to go all deep there. But just seems like you got a tough situation on your hands. But in some ways, I think it's the season could be a good season for you. You know, having access to your grandkids like that, at times that may be difficult, but you know, because as a grandparent, you're supposed to be the one that they bring the grandkids over, you get them all sugar up and send them back to the parents. Okay, this is becoming a problem. But there are some advantages as well. You know, I think I was telling you a week or so ago about well, not one of my former coworkers, and how his daughter and granddaughter lived with them, and then they moved out and found their own place, and it was kind of rough for him, you know, to have access to his, and even though they were just up the road, you know, every morning waking up, having breakfast with the granddaughter. Yeah, my hands are still, because now I'm having grip issues. Oh, shoot. I don't wonder if I shouldn't put some of that weathering pigment on these. Now that I've kind of learned how to use it, it's actually very, very simple. You literally brush it on. I thought because it was dry that it wouldn't just brush and you had to mix it with something, but going back and watching the Monument Hobbies stuff, literally just brush it on. And then you just gotta paint, or, not paint, airbrush like a matte varnish over it. A little bit on his leg that I don't want there. Fixed. I made that AT-TE walker, which was the Uh, they were in the Attack of the Clones, Battle of Geonosis. It's like a six-legged, smaller version of the Imperial Walker, AT-AT from mostly Empire Strikes Back. And I, after it was all painted up, I used that weathering pigment. Yep. On its legs, and actually came out pretty good. I dug it. Boom. 4 Droidekas done. Just like that. Let's wrap up some battle droids. Very careful. This brush might be too big for these bases. So there's a good chance that I will stream tomorrow. I usually do not stream on Sundays. I did stream last Sunday just because I had a 3-day weekend. I like to have one day a week where I am not doing anything. But I am considering tomorrow. I did work on Friday, but it was only... Shoot, I cut out after... I guess it was 5 hours. I had every intention of streaming yesterday and just... Oh, I took a nap. And then I started messing with my alerts. I had broken them, and then I was porting everything out of Stream Elements. So none of my alerts were working. But I got most of that resolved. And so then I was changing, just using Twitch alerts. And I wanted to, use the images that I had, different sounds that I had, rather than just the standard Twitch garbage. which was a good thing that I got all that updated. Because shortly after I started my stream today, I got raided. And so it was nice to hear my sounds instead of, well, if it would have been last week, I wouldn't have even heard anything. Oh. Hey. Looks like my third monitor and my 3-monitor stand are out for delivery. 10 stops away. Because having 2 monitors and a laptop screen are not enough for me. Yes, I've got a lot of problems. First world problems. Almost there. And so far on these, I haven't added anything more to the base. I don't know if I will. Probably after all this dries, I could probably add some like various rocks. These aren't really any specific planet. So I can probably do what I want. I mean, I always do what I want, but since I haven't made these anything specific, I can probably put whatever plant life I want. Or just put some rocks and call it a day. Oh. Last one. All right. Those are all going to take a while to dry. I have never heard of Duncan Rhodes. Yeah, well, I cut my teeth on. I probably already told you the story. Oh, Two Thin Coats. Okay, yes, I've heard of those. They actually sell those at the hobby store closest to me, which is walking distance from my work, and about 10 minutes from me. Um, I cut my teeth on Army Painter Speed Paints. That was what the guy at the hobby store recommended. And then when the Fanatics line came out, I dove into those. I've got almost all of them. The only ones I'm missing are the newer, like there was the historical sets. I got the American one. I didn't get the German or the Russian or Soviet, whatever they called it. And then the two newest John Blanche sets I haven't gotten. I did collect a couple Vallejo, and a couple, probably like a dozen AK Interactive. When I first got paints 6 years ago, it was a lot of those, like I said, those testers, and there were a few Vallejo sets of paints, like, for whatever. I love the Blanche. The one set fixed a problem that I had complained about for so long. Army Painter sets up with color triads, and with Fanatics, they, I had to look up the word, it's a hexad, where you have 6 colors, and you pick 3 of those, one for your shadow, mid, and highlight. Or base, mid, highlight, whatever you want to call it. And my biggest complaint with those is what do they call them? The blacks and grays. From black, let's pull these out. That's your jump from black to gray. And it's such a wide jump. And mixing paints is, like, mixing these was so difficult to get a perfect shade in between. So the John Blanche set added Ironclad Gray. And I loved that paint. Now since then I've moved to, I barely use my Army Painter. You have the Two Thin Coats Dark Arts set. Didn't you say that, maybe you didn't mention Two Thin Coats, but the Dark Arts, didn't you, mention that last week? Maybe it was someone else that brought that up. No, so one day I might try him. Well, paints are another problem for me. I got on that Kickstarter for Reaper paints for their MSP2 remastered series. And so I've got, 200 paints? 200 paints coming in December. And I've never used Reaper paints. I'm going strictly off of Monster Den Minis, and a couple of the, they are streamers, Quantum Reveries, and that's what I hear. So, Ed from Monster Den Minis, he says that the Monument Hobbies are great for base coating and then using the Reaper for, like, highlighting and stuff like that. So I'm excited. My problem is my desk in front of me, my desk's about a 5 foot long, and it has a second, like tier, directly in front of, this part of my desk here. And it's covered in war paints, Fanatics from Army Painter. I have no idea where I'm going to put the Reaper paints. To my right, I've got all these, they kind of look like this, but it's 2 tiers of honeycombs for Monument Hobbies paints. And then on the far front is all my speed paints. Both Army Painter speed paints as well as the Vallejo, what do they call their contrast paints? Oh, and some AK Interactive metallic contrast paints. I don't have a lot of those, but enough to take up some spots. So I have no idea where I'm going to put all these Reaper paints. I may, my girlfriend's got her recliner behind me, and it's kind of a trash. Oh, wow, 6 years ago. Okay. Yeah, I mean, everything I've heard about them, well, it's the same reason I love Monument Hobbies. It seems like just a good company. And everything I've heard about Reaper, I mean, Monster Den Minis, they have their Council of Miniature Painters, once a month. And, like, they had Ann on from Reaper Hobbies, or Reaper, from Reaper. They had another gal on there as well. I'm gonna forget her name. But then Michael Paints Minis is always he's in everybody's streams. And they are. They just seem like they are really good people. ReaperCon sounds like just a very small, friendly convention. And I love that. I love that feel. I have to. I missed, I've never been to a convention. Adepticon was gonna be my first. Which is crazy that I didn't go, because I'm from Milwaukee area. I moved almost 20 years ago, but my parents still live out there. 2 of my 3 sisters live out there. Aunts, uncles, my one grandma that's still alive. They're all in the Milwaukee area. So it was kind of shameful that I didn't go. And Reaper, you know, that's outside of Dallas. My girlfriend is from Dallas, and so both of them make sense, but I, like, even with Adepticon, I spent all my money on other stuff, and so I was like, oh, this isn't really in the budget. Looking at traveling to Milwaukee end of June for my dad's side of the family's family reunion, and looking at the prices for me, my girlfriend, and her younger daughter. Oh my goodness, it's depressing. But no, I love the family atmosphere of Reaper. Sitting in the Monument Hobbies streams, and you know, very similar. Just sounds like Monument Hobbies is so good to their employees, and you can tell everyone loves working there. You know, and they still have that small business feel, even though both of them have scaled up a lot. Yeah, I think this year I may try to get out of my shell Which whose brushes? Monument Hobbies or Reaper? Reaper does have brushes, don't they? I think I have one. Monument. Yeah, I've got. Well, this is a cheap Amazon brush. They call them Golden Maple, but I think Golden Maple's a fancier company. These are just garbage synthetic brushes that I use for that I don't mind ruining. This has become some Monument Pro Sable number 3. This has become my brush. I've got the 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I have not even used the 0, the 2, or the 4. I just use this 3, and I love it. They do. I'm not sure if you know Mike Disney. He was a really big streamer, been doing it for over a decade. And he said he still had his from years ago that he still used. And so he recommended, so the moment these came back in stock, I had to snag them up. I've got their dry brushes, and then some of their synthetics as well. But yeah, these are hands down the best. I do like Foxbite brushes. I did buy some Winsor & Newton, but I don't know. I don't know if they're that good. They're expensive, but not that good. But, yeah, I don't know. Actually, the guy that got me to go with Proacryl, he was an English guy. Eddie. He used to sit in my stream. He'd pop in every once in a while. He still randomly shows up. Eddie Moose. He was raving about them. And I'd already heard of Monument Hobbies. I had heard a bunch of stuff, was contemplating them. He pops in, starts talking about Proacryl. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, and he was raving about them and saying he doesn't even mind paying the import fees to get them to England. And then I think like a couple days later, I put 2 and 2 together, and based on his review, I was like, done. So I bought some of their paints and fell in love. And now they just take all my money. This new one-step line they launched, I am so in love with. In fact, I can mix this special sauce with any of their paints and make a contrast paint. Is awesome. I got all of their these weathering pigments, which have been amazing on that Republic Walker. I even put them a little bit on this ATRT that I did, which is like a little personal. Actually, I've got it. I don't remember if he was in any of the movies or if this was just in the cartoon series. You can see a little bit on his legs where I dropped some of that weathering pigment, and then I just did a matte varnish. But yeah, that was those weathering pigments are pretty fun. Thank you. That was another very easy one. Just one step on the Clone Trooper rider. And then just varying levels. I think I started with the dark neutral gray and moved up with 5 different paints. I think it was slate gray, neutral gray, cool gray, and then bright neutral gray. Just dry brushing on the Walker to build it up. yeah, that was a fun one. Okay. So yeah, Monument Hobbies is, they just keep taking my money. I have problems. I have lots of problems. I'm not sure if I'm ready to move these off completely, since I think I do want to add. I mean, it's the basing texture usually takes it's quite a few hours to dry, and then I might want to drop some just some rocks or something on them. So now, do I want to go with these clone troopers? Might start working on these guys next. And oh no, did the seal? It did. Bummer. I wanted to take that out to work on that clone trooper. Because I'm not ready to work on this model yet. Because it intimidates me. I don't know why stuff like that I let myself get intimidated by. So the guns still move. Looks like when I reprimed it, it's oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I want to I reprimed this a bright neutral gray, and I want to kind of, I don't know if I'll dry brush it or try some edge highlighting of white, and then start putting some color. Some of these, like the rockets, these little metal not ringlets, but like ringlets. The gun is going to be black. So I'll need to reprime some of this stuff. I could probably take these guns off. I never glued them on, because I wanted them to be able to move. This hole, these two, whatever you want to call them, they were moving, but I glued the stuff on backwards, or upside down. So I had to rip a bunch of stuff off, and now they no longer move. So depressing. So we might set that aside for now. I think this whole thing is going to get reprimed. Or not reprimed, but I'm just going to paint it black. And then dry brush it. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, almost 4 hours. We're doing good. Get the next drink up there. Don't mind me. Done with the Droideka. I don't need those pictures up. Yeah, I'll have to get a little crafty with this, but I think I can, yeah. I don't want to follow, box art 100% with that, but... Actually, before I change, I know I just took a break like an hour ago, but I'm gonna get some more tea. Uh, and I hear my girlfriend, so I think she might need some help. So, give me a quick second. I will be right back. Test. Okay. Check. Check. Hey! There we go. Technology. It's awesome. Okay. Sorry that took me a little longer. My girlfriend was home and had a ton of loot, grocery store loot, but loot nonetheless. Um, I am gonna go ahead and just use this black brush-on primer. I think it's the same as the coal black, but it does, blah, blah, blah. It does feel darker. Sorry. Which is good for the, undercoating of these. The number of times that I have reprimed some of these miniatures is kind of crazy. Like this guy, this is his third coat of paint. I mean, the second wasn't a primer, it was just a it was just airbrushed with regular paint, regular acrylic. But I had primed the tank with a rattle can for like essentially a dark neutral gray. And now I'm coming back. Well, I came back with the airbrush with a bright neutral gray. Because I didn't feel like trying to build up from black. Since that whole tank is going to be... it's supposed to be more of a whitish color. So I figured I'd make it easy on myself, reprime it, or repaint it with the airbrush with the bright neutral gray, and then just do some edge highlights with white. And then go rogue from all of the what everyone else has painted and paint mine with blue stripes. Maybe I'll even go further rogue and do green. Hey, you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you hanging out. It's always good to have someone to chit chat with. And yeah. I look forward to getting those minis. No rush though. As you can see, my backlog is pretty heavy. But no, thank you, thanks for hanging out. Alright. Have a good rest of your day, man. Um, yeah, like I said earlier, for anyone that wasn't here, good chance I'll be on tomorrow. Just because I didn't stream yesterday, like I was planning. And I say this every week, every stream. I still haven't figured out my stream schedule. Because I haven't. I know I need to. It's just easier said than done. Not to jump back into my traditional venting about work and how they changed my schedule, blah blah blah. But essentially, with that schedule change, I haven't figured out a good time to add for streaming. I need to add at least 1 or 2, maybe weeknight streams. It's just very difficult to commit myself to a time when so often things happen like yesterday where I'm like, I'm going to leave early and I'm going to stream in the afternoon. And then I leave very early, hang out in Adventure Built Gaming stream, and then fall asleep. Because I was supposed to hang out in his stream and get some of the, like my alert fixes, that stuff. Things that I've been needing to do for a couple weeks now. That I just haven't made time for. But here we are. Okay, I think I need to set this one aside. Get a brush that I can kind of just slop in there. I don't mind poking like this and ruining bristles. But I do stream every Saturday around the same time. I'm on by about 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to do the same, at least up to that gun barrel. Or not up to the gun barrel, where the barrel attaches to the, this little, whatever you call this. Why do I feel like this isn't getting into the spots and staying? Am I just losing my mind? It's a very good possibility. So I want to do the same on these. I'm way off the camera, sorry. No, I'm not going to work on this today, but while I work on these little clone trooper guys, I just want to get, give this some love. So that might be something sorry, here I go again. I've already changed topics in my head and didn't let anyone know. I was talking earlier about my old 3D print stream. My 3D printers have been kind of idle for a little bit because was complaining about earlier, my backlog is it's just so full of stuff, and that also includes terrain pieces. I've got a barracks, medieval barracks sitting in my nerd room on the floor. Hasn't even been primed. Finally completed that ATTE walker, Star Wars walker. But I've got I think it's an LAAT gunship that's printed, just needs to be taken out of the supports and put together and then primed and painted. I've got a Oriental building, somewhat to my right, that is primed. But I'm contemplating printing some more stuff off and maybe not fully bringing the stream back to life, because I kind of want to just stream it to YouTube. That's simply because YouTube automatically shares your videos. Or not shares, saves. I'm just not sure what I want to print next. I've got quite a few options. Just don't know how many of them are... Not sure what I want to do. Part of me wants to print I haven't got the model yet, but I've got enough credits on Gambody to get it, basically for free. But an AT-AT, the Imperial Walker. But that means then... you know, the next thing I do after this Republic and Droid Army is the Empire. And I'm not sure if I'm going to continue doing Star Wars or if I'm going to go back to World of Warcraft. Not the game, but painting miniatures. I also have, well, I've got another gunship model from Gambody, but this is it's another LAAT something, but it is more of a, well, it's the gunships that would actually hold the ATTEs. So like the Battle of Geonosis, they were the ones dropping those walkers off. That's going to be huge. That the ATTE is, oh, you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. Well, it's about 2 feet long. Sorry. Yeah, he's a big boy. And so a gunship that can pick him up, that's gonna be a big. Yeah, maybe he's not 2 feet, but it's not a little boy, that's for sure. Damn. To wash this up better. It's not washing in there anymore. Oh. Get these a second to dry, and then I need to... Feels like it's not getting into the crevices 100%. This is one I should have painted this guy before I glued him in there. Oh well. I'm gonna wash this real quick. 1 second. And okay. I do not know why every time I mute my mic, it won't unmute. And now, of course, my audio is a lot louder too. Hopefully it's not louder for you guys. Okay. Got some rose tea. And it tastes exactly like that. So it's a great smell, not a great taste. It's like drinking potpourri. I don't even know if it's good for you. I'm sure it is, but I just want to finish it and not buy it again. Peppermint tea is amazing. Hibiscus tea is pretty good. Blueberry tea is good. I've got chai tea, which is green tea. The moringa. And ooh. What's the other one I got? Oh yeah, the rose tea. No. Yeah. I'm on kind of a tea kick, trying to stay hydrated without just drinking plain water, because I have a hard time doing that. Sometimes it's like, this is disgusting, guys. Oh, shit. So that's the top. So I'm gonna use the one step on this, similar to what I do with the Clone Trooper rifles. Not on this part, I'm just pre-highlighting this. Honestly, like I said, I'm not really working on this one. This is just a convenience. I've got the dry brush out, got the primer out. Might as well. Two birds with one stone. Alright. Trying to direct all of this downward. As best I can. I'm gonna have a bunch of white paint left over, so I might be priming a bunch of, not priming, dry brushing, sorry. A bunch of these clone boys. Now these I can go a little heavier on the white dry brushing. I already know that I'm gonna have to come back in on um the black it's that leather body glove underneath their armor. I'm gonna have to come back and touch that up anyways. So also try not to eliminate my shadows either. Okay, so um yeah. That's too much white paint. I don't wanna. Well, here, let's do this. See if I can just dry brush this one. trying to be very light on this. I just want to hit the edges and not really... Actually might need more, since I decided to do this big boy. Yep. I may still have to do some minor edge highlighting on this, but I know this is not very conducive viewing. Try to keep that part in the camera view as best as possible. A little bit on the bottom too. Just a bit. Oh, my my wet palette is no longer damp. It is dry. Uh, oh boy. Whole lot of stuff just got delivered. 1 second.
Who will follow me into battle?
And there we go. Sorry. Beagle! Welcome in. Smiling Beagle Studios. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was washing out my dry brush. Forgot one of them. And all day today in my stream, every time I mute my microphone, it's, oh shoot. That's got a lot of... Every time I mute it, I have to, reset my audio. Because it won't unmute. I still got a lot of, like, dry brushing white, and I was dry brushing it all over my hand. One second. I'll be back at my computer in a second. Oh yeah, I saw your Discord message. Are you getting repairs or looking for a new vehicle? Let me... For anybody that's in here, let's see if I just got rid of all of my Stream Elements stuff. But I did figure out how to do that. I need to automate some of that, but... Oh my goodness. 6 hours later. So it is repairs on the vehicle? Oh, we're gonna have to put those back on later. Okay. Well, that's a really long time, but at least it's a positive. I wouldn't mind, at some point in the next year buying a second. I've got a 2013 Nissan Sentra. I wouldn't mind getting, detailing it now. I'm gonna get home, nap a bit. Co-stream, yes, I will be there lurking. For sure. Yeah, I kind of want to get a new Nissan Rogue. Next year, the girlfriend's daughter turns 16 and can drive. So, we will need another vehicle. Yeah, that's a good deal. My dad used to lease trucks. I don't know if, I think the last one he leased, he did buy as well. Okay, well that explains also why it's taken long. So I'm working on, well, I did, some, super battle droids. Check
Who
this
will follow me
technology
into
out.
battle?
Haiti Paint Paints! Thank you for the follow and welcome in. My alert window is not that big. Look at that. I was able to finally, I got this Elgato Stream Deck. Don't look too closely at the eyes. I was kind of sloppy. But, I worked on those. There's 9 of them. And this guy. There's 4 of these. Just zoom all the way in. Look at those beautiful red eyes. Everything else on here, I cheated. I used the Monument Hobbies one-step. So, all of the body was done with, graphite gray one-step. Which is what I use on, like, all of my, or have been now, my Clone Trooper, rifles and stuff. And then I mixed mahogany with their, special sauce to do the, that top armor plate. Roger, roger. You know, I use that, that GIF, whatever. Every time my boss tells me to do something, I send that to him. So that's what I did for most of the stream today. Let us... underscore paint. Boom. So 2 of my favorite streamers. So yeah, what I'm doing now, this was my first experimental piece with the one-step. Well, I have been lurking in your guys' streams for a very long time. A very long time. I've only recently started, because I realize as a streamer how difficult it is to talk to an empty room. And I am a professional lurker, but I realized, hey, I need to actually start talking instead of just being hiding in the shadows. Yes, I have gotten a lot done. I'm very proud of myself. Hoping to get a little more done before we call it quits. So what I did with these clone troopers is I just used this, absolutely. No, I enjoy sitting, in both y'all's streams. I am blown away by your guys', talents with the, actually, Beagle, I show off your, the guy that got me into streaming, Ink One, he works with me, for me-ish. I was showing off your Death Dealer, painting to him. So I'm just... One day. Oh, it's so easy to do. It is so easy to get in the zone, and it is difficult. That's the hardest part for, and I guess it's the same way for art. But I mean, if you stay for a bit, you'll see I get super distracted, and I will stop mid-sentence because I'm suddenly focused on a detail, and then I will completely forget what I was talking about. That's been my entire stream today. Eventually, I do get back to whatever I was talking about. Eventually. What was that? Last notification. But yeah, I'm doing well, this is Clone Commander Cody. So very easy miniatures to do, especially with this one step. So all I did was prime black, dry brushed white, and white blue mixed with special sauce. And then I'll have to go back. I get too sloppy, even with my dry brushing. So I know I hit some parts that are supposed to be the body glove. Whatever that leather armor is underneath the white armor. See, like that. Trying to be a little more careful this time, so I can do less touch-up. I don't know if that's his insignia. Did I just pan it over? Yeah, I haven't fully decided what I'm gonna... If I'm gonna stick with Star Wars after May ends, or go back to my World of Warcraft themed minis. I've been talking about it all stream and still haven't made a decision. Oh yeah, I just got it in his, I just got that where I wasn't supposed to. So anybody that's been here for a while, I apologize. I know I'm repeating myself. But I'm starting to get the ship notifications. Nothing's shipped yet, but all of the StarCraft miniature pre-orders are... I think some people are already starting to get their pre-orders. So I've got a lot of miniatures to paint. A lot of decisions to make. Ah. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying. Again. Alright. Thanks for popping in, Beagle. We will see you when you guys do your little paint shindig. Yeah, I may actually have to say it like it's a bad thing. I may actually have to play some World of Warcraft tonight. It's been a few weeks since I touched it. And we are coming to the end of the month. I know there's trading post goodies that I have not gotten, and there's some of those achievements or whatever you call them for the trading post tender. So I'll probably have to jump on and knock some stuff out here before the end of the month. And there is a good chance that I will be on tomorrow. It depends how I'm feeling after this. We're actually cruising along. I may have to skip my old man nap. Uh, and I know my third monitor is sitting out on my front porch, so I need to set that up too. And eventually I want to what did I want to do? I'll make some changes, stylistic changes to like my BRB screen, my starting screen. My starting screen is just so bland. Something I threw together in Canva, and it's not even. It's old miniatures that I painted before I became the world's okayest miniature painter. So I should probably snag some pictures of some newer ones. I mean, I need to do that in general. I haven't posted on any of my socials for a while. Since this beginning of this year, before. Um, uh, yeah, I need to do that. And I've been saying that for weeks now, so I'm gonna have to put some effort into it and stop saying it and just do it. Yeah, eventually. The BRB screen shouldn't be difficult. I just need to pull some of those images in Canva and uh well, it depends on what I want to do. Just make it I don't know. Make it a little more like a slideshow or something like that. It's the starting screen that should be easier, but might not be. Yeah, even on this, I see some areas that'll need to be touched up. Not only on the black, but all over his armor. May have went too thin. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a second coat on that boy. On the Clone Commander Cody. Yeah, I should have probably changed this cup out. Too much dried paint in there. Oh, that was supposed to be black. Well, let's hoping I can get somewhere with this armor before I call it. I may have messed myself up a little bit by using the same cup. I've been using the same cup for a bit, but it's getting chunky in there now. So that may have not been the best decision. Yeah, I'm also getting sloppy again. It's usually a sign that I'm getting a little tired. There's 102 here. So that might be a good point to. Then again, I kind of want to get this first layer-ish of speed paints on here, or contrast, one step. I got one more trooper that needs it. Yeah, there's definitely going to need to be a second. But I'll just have to remix that. Remix. We're almost there, though. Still haven't found the perfect mixture. They say 3-to-1 of acrylic to special sauce medium. But the drops that come out of the special sauce bottle seem to be a little bit more viscous, or less viscous, thinner, than what comes out of the Pro Acryl paint bottles. So it's kind of hard for me to gauge. And as I was saying earlier, I'd rather be too much special sauce. Say that 5 times fast. Than not enough. Oh, that was supposed to be black too. Lots of touch-up I'm going to have to do on this. Just trying to be more careful than usual. But oh well. C'est la vie. I know that's part of his armor right there. Leave it on the stomach. Oh. Just made another stick. Yeah, so I've got quite a bit still to do on these. I at least wanted to get that first layer on the skin. Or armor, sorry. Before we call it. Just about there. Oh! Got his arms. So I'll definitely have to mix up some new in a different cup. Some new of this white blue with the special sauce medium. What's that? Tiny little hair. Got in the primer, it looks like. Yeah, I'll need to mix up a new New batch. I bought a whole bunch of these Jello shot cups. So it's not like I need to save these like I'm doing right now. I can actually throw them away. Alright. Yeah, a lot, I'm gonna have to add a second, coat. But this cup is chunky and, because you can tell quite a difference between this guy compared to that one. Just looks way sloppier. And even that guy. So, but I think I'm running out of steam. Getting a little sloppier and making some mistakes. So, probably a good place to call it. There's only a couple of us here, I think. But we can raid out. Let me take us out. And, yeah, we're gonna raid. So like I said, it's a pretty good chance I will be back tomorrow. Not sure when. Sometime early afternoon. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. But, thank you for all of the followers. Let's see. Paint. Smiling Beagle Studios. White Wolf 131. Drip Like Voodoo. Sumo Savine. Absolute Magnitude. All that's appreciated. Drip Like Voodoo also for rating. And for gifting 2 subs to Kakuri62 and Absolute Magnitude. That was a very cool way to start the stream off. So, let's go ahead and start the raid. All right. It's a raid. And, well, everyone, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And hang out and Paint stream and throw them a follow if you're not following them already. And besides that, bye.
Oh, thank you, Angry Grizzly.